Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses, and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
One thing's for sure, now more than ever, content creators deserve to get paid. And guess what? We're all content creators. And now there's Fanbase, the new subscription social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization, no algorithms that slow your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free. Plus, subscribe directly to your favorite creators and brands for $3.99 a month. Or make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your following by posting the amazing content you already create and now get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave it inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives. Focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM. I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And today we are talking about Black business and the culture. We're talking about economic empowerment, cultural preservation and representation, innovation and diversity, community building, and addressing systemic barriers. And that is what Saturday is all about on the Black Business Network. It is my honor to introduce a true global luminary, Dr. Enolia Fati, celebrated internationally as an award-winning speaker, author, and advocate for peace and human rights. Dr. Fati's commitment is unparalleled. Honored as an international peace ambassador from the United Nations and co-founder of multiple global entities, her footprint is expansive. From leading humanitarian initiatives to fostering global exchanges of knowledge, she bridges cultures and communities. As the helm of organizations like Enolia LLC and the Expressions of Humanity Foundation, she embodies dedication to the upliftment of underserved communities. So, ladies and gentlemen, presenting a force of change and beacon of hope, Dr. Enolia Fati.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that beautiful, beautiful introductory. I really appreciate it.
Well, you have earned it, Dr. Fati. This is going to be wonderful. You're all the way in Angola. So, good afternoon to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon from Angola.
All right, we're going to let you get started. Genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side.
Again, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. My name is Dr. Enolia Foti, and I am coming to you from Angola, Africa. And how did I get to Angola, Africa, and how can I be speaking to you without an accent and sounding so American? That is because I am a native Yorker, born and raised in Queens, New York. And I learned at an early stage that I could master my work versus having my work master me. And this is what I'm going to talk to you about today. So first, I'll start off with introducing myself. Again, I am Dr. Enolia Foti. I hold a bachelor's degree in mathematics from the University of Massachusetts and an MBA from Regis University, graduating summa cum laude. I earned a great deal about information technology and decided to engage my career in that early on. So as a person who designed computer networks for a Fortune 500 company, I was truly, truly blessed with the fact that I was excelling in my vocation. I was living the corporate dream. I was moving up in the corporate world. All that I could ask for was there. But that doesn't bridge the gap of how I actually became an entrepreneur. And here is where I'm going to share the story. Because I am a person that loves what they do, but was longing in that corporate career to find something different. You see, many of us, we're in the career of choice that we made early on, but is that the right career for what you want to do for the rest of your life? Is the way that you paved and set forward in motion the decisions that you made at the ages of 18, 19, and 20 years old, how you want to live your life, the rest of your life? I'm going to take you on a journey. I'm going to take you on a journey of how I achieved my dream. Because today, I can tell that I'm the global director of operations for Vision Afrique Development. And Vision Afrique Development is basically an organization, nonprofit, that contributes to the innovation and the building of Africa. And I'm grateful to be a part of that. I can talk to you about being the CEO of Expressions of Humanity and how one event in my life changed my life, forging me forward to basically create a foundation where I can help those in underdeveloped communities have a voice. How Enolia LLC forged and came forward from the fact that Enolia LLC represents what I love to do versus what I have to do. And then the doctorate that I earned in international peace for all of the projects and the engagement to contribute back to humanity. My inspiration is actually drawn from somewhere you're not going to recognize. It's actually drawn from indigenous wisdom. And it was indigenous wisdom that I acquired through the tutelage of elders all throughout the world. You see, the story starts here. Here I am in corporate. I'm living the life. I have my salary. Money is forthcoming. There's not a worry in the world. I was having one of those days where my back was really, really hurting. And so I decided that I'm going to go to a chiropractor. And as I'm going through my chiropractic examination, the doctor says, "Hey, did you notice that you have a lump in your neck?" And I'm like, "What?" And it's like, "Yeah, you have a lump in your neck, with something in this location and this large. Please don't hesitate. Please go back to your specialist and your GP and see what they say." So doing the due diligence that I was supposed to do and taking care of myself and my body, the doctor actually had to reinforce the chiropractor, "Please take the time to do this because I'm living that corporate dream. I'm working the 60 to 80 hours a week. And, time is not something that I had a lot of." So I did the due diligence, and 2 to 3 weeks later, I decided to see my GP. And then the GP says, "Oh, yeah, well, that lump, I think you should see a specialist. I think she's a neurologist." "Well, what exactly is it?" "Well, let the neurologist explain it to you." And so after a litany of going to a neurologist, getting an ultrasound, coming back to the neurologist, no one truly took the time to explain to me what was going on in my life. No one took the time to find out the background and the history that I had that could have developed or led to whatever issues I was having. No one took the time. And so finally getting down to a doctor, a neurologist, a specialist telling me outside of 5 minutes, "I can cut that out of your neck. What is it that you're looking to cut out of my neck?" hadn't been explained to me. No pampering had been done or preparing me to hear that my lymphatic system was so out of whack and so inflamed that that's what was protruding out of my neck. So many of us are faced with this. We're in a corporate career. We're moving really fast. And we know that we are fast tracking our lives. And the sheer stress that we're feeling in our bodies, it manifests different illnesses, but we're not quite sure how. And in this respect, for me, I ended up realizing that I was faced with a decision: have major surgery or take another approach. Many people would have had the major surgery, but I opted. I opted to take another approach. And I ended up going to Dr. Rui Wang, who was a 7th generation Chinese medicine doctor of acupuncture, who, after a 25-page intake sheet, took 2 hours to find out my history, my background, speak to me like a human being, and actually take interest and care about where I was on my journey and how I came to this point. After she explained to me that my actual lymphatic system was shutting down on half of my body and that I would have to make some serious cell changes, I share this with you because how many of us come to the precipice of fast tracking our lives, moving very quickly, and realizing that something stops us dead in our tracks? That if we do not make a change, and if we do not figure out another way to live, and how to live in a beautiful way, then life as we know it will no longer exist the way we want it to. This made me take pause. Made me step back and reevaluate my life. And in doing so, I made a commitment to that doctor to see her twice a week, every week for the next year. But I told her, by the way, I'm supposed to go to Africa 8 months later. So can we get this taken care of so that I can go to Africa? And she was like, you're not going anywhere. You don't understand. You're seriously ill. I said, you don't understand. You don't know me. And after going back and forth with that, my commitment to the doctor was this: if I attend all of the sessions and change my lifestyle in terms of how I eat and how I live and reduce the stress in my life, and she gives me the approval to go to Africa, I will go. And if she says I still am not capable, I won't. And over the next several months, I did in fact do that. I changed my diet. I changed how often I was going to work and double backing to work and putting in 8 weeks, and actually reduced it to the 40-hour weeks that I was supposed to be doing. And I actually exercised more because a lot of us want to stop exercising when we realize that there's an issue. And I never stopped moving. 8 months later came by, and I was ready to have the conversation with this doctor that basically said, am I able to go to this walking safari to walk 100 miles across Kenya, the East and West Tsavo parks, starting at the base of Kilimanjaro? Would I be able to, in fact, do this walk, this safari, this walking safari? And she looked me in the eye and she basically said to me, if anybody else would have told me they were capable of doing it, I would have called them a liar. You are at like 80%, your inflammation is down, your body is functioning, you have done what you were supposed to do. And I would say, go have your safari and we'll finish up when you get back. This was the first leap in understanding that I could make a serious change and engagement in my life to have a quality life and to have a better life. So I went on that safari and I walked 100 miles with the Maasai. What I didn't realize is that this was also the beginning of what would be wanting and longing to know my heritage and my understanding of my lineage. Also, a longing in my heart that I've had. I went on that walk and I walked across the land of Africa, the motherland. She was calling me. Everything was different. That particular walk was my pilgrimage of life. That 2 weeks, I reflected on the quality of life that I was having. Was I happy? Where I was holding my stress? What I have achieved so far to get to this point? And as I reflected, I realized that something in me was shifting. I'm looking all around me. In the first 3 days I started that walk, it was, do I have enough water? Am I well prepared? Am I covered up in the sun enough? All of the details of life that we all go through when we want to be prepared and we're thinking. But the remainder of that time, I actually saw the world in a different way. I saw the beauty of it. I saw how man and animal can engage and cohabitate without having to be domineering over it. I learned how to live in balance with the land and not to litter and pollute and take it for granted. I understood the importance of water. I understood the importance of stopping and pausing and the importance of silence and not having television going, a phone ringing, people engaging and talking all the time, people around me constantly because we walked in silence. There was only 7 of us plus the Messiah. And truly, I had the opportunity, not knowing who I was walking with very closely, to really genuinely reflect and turn inward. Little did I know that this reflection and turning inward was the first step and stage to the programs that I would present to the world on self-mastery. So I completed that walk and I engaged and talked with my brothers of the Messiah and the brothers who were Luya, which is my tribe, and the brothers of so many different tribes. And I was their American sister. And they were my African brothers. And they helped facilitate this walk in a safe manner. I came from that journey. And there I was Monday morning sitting in my corporate job. And I realized that something had shifted so deeply within me that I could no longer do what was expected of me in the typical manner of the corporate way of life. There had to be a better way. There had to be a way that I could live my life with the freedom based on my own self-mastery, my own skills that I deemed to execute. And there began my search. I completed that cycle of finishing up with the doctor. And it also, after having traveled and traversed Africa, brought forward a lot of things that were my truth that I couldn't no longer hide from myself. And that was that I no longer wanted to work in a structured manner. I didn't want to work in corporate. I no longer wanted what I did as what I led with for teaching and working with in life. I love technology. It is a part of me. I loved program management. It is a part of me. I loved leadership and managing people and working with teams. But it was time to invite something new into my life. I eventually left corporate. And upon the parallel decision to leave corporate, I was experiencing other tribes. I met my first indigenous grandmother elder, Grandmother Isabel Mawasaki of the Ojibwe Nation. And what she did is that she taught to me another way to live. She taught what I learned and began in Africa and solidified it in the northern territories of Canada. An hour east of Sault Ste. Marie on Serpent River, I stayed with Grandmother Isabel Mawasaki and I learned about the land. and I learned how to live in nature, and I learned why it's important and not just how it's important. This took me on a journey to many tribes and many nations. I learned from the Ojibwe, from Grandmother Elder Shirley of the Lakota, who helped me organize all of the teachings that I had for empowerment and lay them out so that I had coursework. I learned from Yaqui Indian grandfather Lynch Archuleta. I learned from the Hopi in the northern territories of Arizona. I learned from the Apache Nation, Grandmother Maria Resabulu of North America. I learned from the Mapuche of Chile, for it was grandmother there in Chile who had connected me and told me that I needed to go home to Africa and walk the land. I learned from the Toltec of Mexico, from the Waiataha of New Zealand, which finally brought me to the motherland. This traveling that I did and learning from the Sangomas in South Africa, the Ovumbundu in Angola, this traversing the land and bringing these teachings and learning back, formulated the program that I put together called Empower, Achieve, Succeed through Self-Mastery. You see, as I engage these beautiful spiritual leaders, grandmother elders, grandfather elders, I was learning about culture, yes, but I was also learning how to share and how to teach independent of leading with a religious aspect that wasn't inclusive of others. I was learning how to embody and ask the right questions within a person that guided them no matter what faith they were, no matter what culture they were in, no matter how they were brought up, even if they didn't have a religion. To be able to look at the very core and the foundation deeply within an individual and ask the right questions and take the complete experience that they have traversed in their lives and help them understand and bring forward those experiences, understand them, or even get out of the story of them if they are impacted in a negative way, and bring it full circle to helping an individual lay a strong foundation. You see, as we traverse this world, we are quick to take an entrepreneurial course. We are quick to take a leadership course. We are quick to take a personal development course that teaches us how to be the better leader and all of the characteristics expected of us to be the better leader. But none of us take the understanding, knowledge of the tools that we already possess and how to change the viewpoints by which we view ourselves and our experiences and use and leverage them to our strengths, to our advantage. Your vulnerabilities can be your strengths. But if you are an insecure person and you don't know how to deal with your insecurity and how to shift the viewpoint of being insecure and leveraging it as your strength, then you're not doing yourself as an individual any favors. For example, taking the role of being insecure and piling up a leadership training on top of that, and piling up personal development on top of that, but never truly addressing the fact that you're an insecure person does not help. What it does is it puts you in roles and positions of great strength and power. But then what it does is it doesn't address the fact that you're petrified as you're sitting there getting ready to deliver that message. What I learned under the auspices of all of these indigenous peoples is I put together the 7 principles of self-mastery that you can take a look at what you already possess in your skill set. And you can help yourself redefine fear, which is principle number 2. Understand the power of your words, principle number 1. How, by releasing judgment, you can take back your power and stop giving it away, which is principle number 3. How to reclaim your personal power and how to live your life so that you understand that power is about standing in your truth and not power over something and over someone and being domineering and egotistical. But to truly, truly discern and regain control over your own narrative and how you present yourself. That forgiveness, which is principle number 5, is freedom, not freedom of giving your power away or forgiving somebody that did you wrong, but the freedom of no longer looking through the eyes of pain, no longer allowing pain and how you make decisions around what you've been hurt from or how you've been hurt, shaping your future. It acquires insights into the art of forgiveness and discerning its appropriateness and implications for personal growth and in personal relationships. How to recognize not only that you need to get out of your own way, which is principle number 6, but how to get out of your own way. Because we hear this statement and we go, I'm going to change, but we don't know how to self-correct. We don't know where to begin to self-correct. And we go, we're going to change, and it happens for a little while, but the patterns are so embedded and ingrained within us. And the triggers are so focused upon us, and we react to the triggers so easily that it defeats the purpose. So we learn how to get out of our own way. And in the end, we learn how to leverage our strengths and to step into our own power because we have an understanding of self. We have the self-mastery. We know what to do to master oneself. We know when to leverage the power of silence. We know when to leverage getting out of a story that has perpetuated us and that serves us no purpose. You see, we master the art of noticing and observing those around us. We master the art of when to engage in a story and when to exit out of a story. Exiting out of a story that I will no longer let the story that's defining me, a personal situation, a work situation, define who I am by constantly reacting, but to step out of the story, observe what is it that's taking place that creates the story and how do I navigate through it? How do I navigate through the story so that the story doesn't consume me, the situation doesn't consume me and bring me to a place of such negativity that I don't feel strong anymore. I don't feel useful anymore or skilled anymore because it's knocked the wind out of me. You see, self-mastery is almost akin to walking barefoot. When you walk with your shoes on, you are not conscious of things that you are stepping in. You are not conscious of all of the things that could potentially hurt your foot sharp, have injuries through your foot. But when your shoes are off, you are conscious of every step. You're like, oh, I can't step too hard. I can't step too purposeful. I have to make sure that I lay my foot down just right so that I don't injure myself, so I do not experience unnecessary pain, so that I know exactly where my foot is landed and I don't step in something I don't want to be in. Mud, insects, all of the things that can give us trouble. I learned to step consciously with every step. And so this is about being present when you're stepping, being conscious when you're stepping, being conscious of every move that you make, and then allowing that conscious part of yourself to self-correct when you step the wrong way, to limit the pain that you encounter because you're able to retract that step and you're not putting the full weight of who you are with every step without regard to its impact. All of these things are within us, not external to us. And what I've learned through the indigenous peoples of this world is how to step, is how to move consciously. So when I am moving consciously through life, then I am moving consciously through business, and I am moving consciously through relationship, and I am moving consciously through personal development and growing within myself, because I can now honor what's in my heart, and I can now bring forward what's in my heart and move in a manner and in a way that is the direction that I choose versus the direction being thrown upon me. So I bring us back full circle to that 19, 20, and 21-year-old making that decision that, okay, this is my life, this is what I got to do, this is the life choices. And let's say that that choice isn't necessarily the choice that you wanted to make. It takes that courageous, that strength within you, that mastery within you to change your life in the middle of your life. Everything you have is pulling on you, depending on you, and asking from you. So I work with those who have journeyed partway through with life and then want to make a change in a 360-degree direction. Why? Because I've mastered it myself. Because I can sit here in front of you with all of the experiences that I've taken in throughout my life and actually share how those experiences help me live the life that I chose for myself versus I decided for myself when I wasn't ready. That I was able to shift how I choose to live life and how I move through life in a more conscious manner. And then I can take on the leadership roles and responsibilities. I can engage those in confidence, in courageousness, and from my heart, thinking with my heart and not my head. And I say that because the Heart Math Institute has now told us that the heart itself has a brain. It has the neurons that connect and light up just like within our head. And that thinking and that shifting and changing and how I view the world is all that is captured within Empower, Achieve, Succeed through self-mastery. So I subscribe to you. I have a book called The 7 Principles for Self-Mastery that shares about the journey that I took to come up with each principle and why it's important. And if you go to my website, www.enolia.live, take a look at the masterclass, Empower, Achieve, Succeed Through Self-Mastery, to learn more about the program. I am proud to say that we also certify coaches. If you like what you heard and you want to master self and you want to share and teach that, you can become a certified instructor also. My name is Enolia Foti, Dr. Enolia Foti, and I am living that life.
You are the life. That it was beautiful, beautiful. That is the applause here
Thank you.
on the Black Business Network. That was wonderful. I tell you, you moved me because my family is Native American. My children are Native American from Santee Sioux tribe of Nebraska. I also was engaged with a Ojibwe elder who was originally from Michigan, the Anishinaabe people. So I'm very familiar with some of the tribal and culturalism that you're talking about, and I'm proud of you. Very, very proud of you.
Thank you. Well, my name is Changing Times Kwe, or Changing Times Woman, which was given to me from my Anishinaabe grandmother elder. And I was initiated grandmother by the Ojibwe. So I actually bring that. So thank you. Thank you for your words.
Oh, no, I totally understand that. You know, the teacher that I was working with, his name was First Thunder. One of the things I really liked about their culture, which is really our culture, is human culture, is that he explained the difference in language. And he said, when you hear the words First Thunder, it's a different understanding in my language. He said, what do you mean? He said, well, First Thunder in my world means when you're at the top of a mountain and you first hear the first thunder in the mountain in the spring, that very first thunder is what my name actually means. He said there is no understanding of that in the English language. So you hear first thunder, you're just hearing a thunder. What it really means, you know, in that word is the actual voice of the thunder in the clouds in the first of the spring. I'm like, wow, that's very powerful. So there's a lot to learn from other cultures as we start to see, you know, beyond some of our cultural upbringings.
Yes, absolutely. And that's one of the things I love about being here in Africa also, is that I can truly appreciate the cultural differences and how we do business and how we engage people and what's important to us as we traverse and learn more and do business on a global basis. And that's the beauty of this also. And so for me, it's truly important to build up all aspects of self, and not just the top aspect of self, which is like, I can do business, I can this, I can that. You have to build it. You can't build it on sand. You got to build it on a solid foundation.
Great foundation that you have found in working with many cultures and then finding yourself. I love the concept of self-mastery. We've got a few minutes here, if you don't mind, if we can ask some.
Oh, not at all.
You know, after your stirring speech, that keynote that you just did, and go a little deeper on the self-mastery level. Because I've heard from many people, one of the biggest stumbling blocks that they have, whether it's engaging with relationships or engaging with business, and you're engaging with yourself, is that idea of self-mastery from a standpoint of confidence. How did you find the confidence to even move from the US and go to Africa and go to all these other places and really move yourself to the doctor world that you are in now?
Well, you know, what? One of the principles that I work with is how to redefine fear. And if you look at fear as a manner by which that if you were in a circle and you were in the center of that circle, really fear is nothing but where the boundary is in that circle. That's all fear is. And so what we have to do is we have to break through our limited beliefs to think that that circle can expand. And as we find the courage within ourselves to push that circle out just a little bit more, just a little bit more, just a little bit more, it truly allows us to engage and invite in new experiences. And that's what I figured out. And people will say, well, you know, yeah, that's fear, but there's also the other kind of fear too, the survival fear, you know, the fear like when the hairs on my back are going up and I'm in imminent danger. But isn't this true? That don't we have to lay the emotion of fear down in order to even survive?
Yeah.
So we have to learn how to lay the emotion of fear down and say, okay, well, I don't fly because I choose not to fly, not because I'm afraid to fly, but I choose not to engage and invite that into my life. But I'm capable of flying. Okay. And so as we push that circle out and we look at it a different way, it's like, how wide do I choose to cast my net? So I was that individual. I actually said it to myself. I cast my net across the world. There isn't anything I'm going to be afraid of to cast my net across the world. And it's okay to be able to cast your net around your community. It's okay to be able to cast your net around your state, your immediate family, or your country. And maybe you don't choose to go outside of that circle. But each one of us has a circle, and we're in the center of it. And it's how wide we choose to cast our net. And it's seeing it from that viewpoint.
That the mindset shift is so important. I remember seeing this movie. I think it was Will Smith was in it with his son. And there's this one scene that I always remember that. And they were talking about when Will Smith explains to his son the difference between fear and danger. You know,
Yes.
Fear is from within. That's something you're carrying from within. Danger is something that's imminent, that's outside of yourself, like a tiger or something like that is about to attack you. That's danger. But fear is something that you can control. You can choose to be in fear or not. And that's something that you control. Or danger is something that is outside of yourself, but again, it's temporary typically, but something you're going to have to deal with. But that's mortal danger. There's a difference between mortal danger. I don't think there's a term for mortal fear. Like, what is that? So understand that fear really is an emotion that comes from within. Definitely was something that I had to understand myself. And we deal with it all the time. Someone on this very show talked about just how our human makeup is made. We have 9 negative thoughts before we have 1 positive thought. But you have to take control of that and move from that positive thought and to have more positive, understanding that negative thought is not automatic. You believe you agree with that?
I absolutely do agree with it. And if you think about the work of Dr. Masaru Emoto, which is understanding that water has properties, okay? And so if you write the word "I hate you" on a piece of paper and you tape it to a glass of water, okay, that duration of those words actually changes the molecular structure of the water for it to grow bacteria. But if you write "I love you" and you tape that same piece of paper to a different glass of water and let it sit for a few days, it actually crystallizes. So if you subscribe to the fact that words, whether written or thought about, have a vibration, okay, then you can actually realize that water actually takes on the vibration and actually mimics it. Well, aren't our bodies 60 to 70% water?
Oh yeah. Yeah. As long as,
so think about all of those mental thoughts, all of those thoughts going through your head, and we wonder why the age, and if you watch industry, the age of 50 is when the industry deems, okay, the disease should show up by now. And that's exactly what happened to me, right? You hit that beautiful age of 50 and you've been working hard and you've been stressed and you da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And that's when the dis-ease shows up.
Mm.
Because the waters of my body, it took about, half a century for it to catch up to me with the stress and the anger or the disgust or the this and the that, the negative side. And so that was part of my lesson learned, is that I truly had to pick my words and select the thoughts that I was going to act on behalf of and be happy to wake up in my day versus, oh God, another day, And because I truly believe that attitude change, that part of myself was a contributor to what I was going.
Without question.
So I do subscribe.
You brought back a memory I had with my Ojibwe elder. This is back in the 90s, as a matter of fact. And he talked about language and understanding. Like when you speak something, you're speaking life into it. You're speaking life into it. They have a completely different understanding of language and words and nature and the sensitivity to these things. These aren't just metaphysical ideas or philosophies. This is how life works. So you take your time when you're speaking, because you're speaking life into this. And most people, a lot of people, you think about even in the origins of the Bible, when it talks about these things, you're speaking the word, and the word was life. You are speaking life. So be careful about what you're saying and what you're doing, because it lives beyond you and it affects other things. And I think we've lost that discipline, or maybe it isn't. Maybe it's just the intentionality of our current state or our current culture. And sort of like, you think about the media, every day you're finding the most negative thing in the entire planet and feeding it to the population every single
day. And every day we sit in front of that television and take it all in. And now they have the nerve to have it at the gas pump, in the supermarkets. Now they're bombarding you with it, and you don't know how to execute the self-discipline. Turn it off, put it away. But you're absolutely right. You get it. You get exactly what I'm trying to convey in terms of the fact that we have to be cognizant of the power of our words, and that we are speaking life into it. So when you're sitting there and you use, oh, I'm scared of that, blah, 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 and you're just using it, not even thinking that you are echoing that throughout your being.
Yeah.
Everything that you're doing, you're echoing into the waters of your own being. And okay, I'll adjust to those words. That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting. And it hears it every single day through the power of our own voices.
Yeah. Yeah.
Every day.
Man, you said it so right. And then the effect of it, that's the cause. And then the effect, you say, hey, you reach that magic time, that magic age, and you don't realize, wow, why am I going through diabetes? Why am I going through cancer? Why am I going through these things? And the cause and effect is very, very real along those lines. So it is incumbent upon us to take the action. Like, you know what? I know what's going on in the world, but I don't need to hear about it 24 hours a day. As far as that particular thing. Like someone told me, miracles are happening every single day, legitimate miracles, but we don't focus on it. No one puts it in the news. It's not out there. You have to find things on your own because they're not interested.
Exactly.
Not interested. They're interested in all this negativity.
Exactly. I agree with you tenfold. And you know what? If you have to have that TV on, then turn it to YouTube and play some music that just brings you joy, and then you have the noise and the factor in the background, and you're getting fed and you're getting nurtured at the same time, if you have to have something on in the first place, but that those walks in natures are important because we're indoors more than we've ever been. And, a lot of people don't realize, and especially in corporate, I'm coming from the corporate world, and a lot of people are clinically depressed. They're depressed, and they understand why. That's because you're sitting in a cubicle, you're sitting there 80 hours a week, and you're wondering why I feel down, why I feel depressed, and then not including those offices that don't even have a window. Okay. And then you get a breath of fresh air, when you go from the work to the car, you have to take time to bring back in balance. There is so much that's spiraling out of balance, spiraling. And so, there are a lot of coaches out there and everything, but there are a lot of people who don't take it down to that foundational level. Why am I doing what I'm doing? And what belief system have I been raised in and grown up in, such that this is why I do what I do?
That's some good reflection right there. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And then taking it from that stage and saying, okay, I can move my boundaries out just a little bit more and include something in that brings more balance into my life. And then when I bring that balance in, I'm not as insecure. I'm not lacking that confidence. I'm not saying that I'm not worthy. I like who I am. I can make that speech and do it from a place of the confident person within me versus the person that I think has to put on a facade because this is what everybody else wants to hear.
Right. I like going back to what you said about nature. We don't get outside. I'm fortunate that I can walk outside where I live and I can hear birds. I can see fish flowing in the river that's right next to my house, not too far. It's a stream, actually. And I every day I need that. I need to walk outside. I need to sit on my chair. I need to hear the stream going by. I need to hear the birds that are in my community, in my area, and just hear the sounds of living things and not just hear the sounds of cars or sirens or just some of the humanity that's around, but getting a full breath of life, the sunlight, the wind. You really actually need these things because it speaks life into you.
Yes. Yeah. And believe it or not, we're like batteries. We're like walking around batteries. And when they made shoes, they took away the charger, right? So when we're wearing rubberized shoes, the actual energy from the earth doesn't come up through us. When we're not wearing shoes, or when we're wearing something other than rubberized shoes, we are getting that battery charge. Right? But rubber actually prevents it. And that's why the person who is truly depressed, if they go and lay in the grass or go into nature, they can't maintain the same impact of that depression because the earth is a battery charger.
Man, what you
so
said
all
there,
these little techniques are
important. I mean, I just got this vision about, remember that scene in The Wizard of Oz, right? Where, all the characters, they're landing at lilies of the field and they're just laying in the field, flowers just and that kind of thing. You just like you just let go of everything. Think about that. Or maybe you're you're swimming and you just allow the water that's around you just to kind of like take you a little bit, hopefully. Well, but that is a way of understanding that we are of the earth. And you're so right. We are cutting ourselves off from a major source of life. And we wonder why, it would be like if you weren't, connected to your mother and your father, how are you going to feel?
Exactly.
What is your disease around that?
Exactly. And then that other piece of this is that we've allowed the roles and responsibilities, and we've allowed the actual titles to define us. And titles do not define us. Because when you strip all of the titles away, if I'm nobody's grandmother elder, if I'm nobody's doctor, if I'm nobody's sister, daughter, whatever, if I take away all of those titles, who am I and do I like what I see once they're all stripped away? Because this is where we should be operating at. And if this isn't love, joy, bliss, happiness, and excitement, then we're in trouble. It needs to be all of those things. And so as we realize that we haven't dealt with this part of ourselves in so long, and that we even come near the core of these things, but we're operating from all of the titles, and that, you know, I'm a CEO and that defines me. No, it doesn't. You know, those are just words. You know, I'm a blah, 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 and that defines. No, it doesn't. Those are just words, and people will have a relationship to those words, and they'll go, oh, he's a CEO. So then it's their stuff of how they look at you. But if we strip all of that away, you got to like what's under the hood. You've got to love what's under the hood.
And it's time to get there. And I thank you for your work and what you're doing to bring this awareness to the top of the funnel. Because I know so many people out there are looking to engage, and they need this type of understanding. So once again, before I let you go, tell us again how to get in contact with you so we can continue this conversation.
So I can be reached at www.enolia, my name, .live, Live, on my website. I'm on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, and all of the social medias, and there's not too many Enolias out there. So you'll see me, and I'm branded with a blue and yellow dress and with a big smile.
Awesome. I see the big smile. You can't forget that. This has been wonderful. Thank you for being on the Black Business Olympics, the Black Business Network. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Bye-bye.
That was wonderful, wonderful. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for October 2023. That is NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Incorporated, Genius is Common, 5-Star BDM, Earth Essentials, Milani Shiny Global, Hello, LLC, First Atlantic Insurance Group, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest.
All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM, and I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers, from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we are talking about the Black business and the culture. We're talking about economic empowerment, cultural preservation and representation, innovation and diversity with community building and addressing systemic barriers. And today, we are honored to introduce a distinguished figure in the realm of cybersecurity and information technology, Dr. Portero Weeks. With over 2 decades of IT experience, Dr. Weeks stands as a beacon in the industry, particularly in the fields of data privacy, security, and risk management. A seasoned business leader, he has showcased expertise in architecting and designing IT solutions, serving sectors ranging from healthcare to federal government. Notably, Dr. Weeks possesses a keen understanding of the implications of GDPR, having gained insights from European Union agencies and authorities. With a consistent track record of success and a focus on innovation and regulatory adherence, Dr. Weeks undoubtedly embodies the fusion of strategic vision and technical acumen. We eagerly await the insights he will share today. Let me introduce to you Dr. Portero Weeks.
My brother Grant, good morning. How are you, sir?
I am doing wonderful. So glad to see you this morning. How are you?
I'm blessed. Giving thanks for the ancestors.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for being here. We're going to have a fireside chat today and talk about some things I think that are important for our audience to understand when they're engaging in the digital world. Now, there's some new regulations that have come on. You're an expert in this, and I want to talk about. You had mentioned to me about NIST, N-I-S-T, NIST, in the AI world and in cybersecurity. Talk to me about some of these changes. First, define what NIST is, and talk about some of these things that are going on.
Definitely. So NIST is the National Institute of Standard and Technology. It's a government body that works to establish baselines, best practices, in multiple fields across the federal government. It's typically not designed for or targeted to independent providers or what we call industry today, but because of how it is established its framework and expertise over time, many professionals and organizations adopt those standards. So while they're targeted to the federal agencies, we still utilize those from an industry perspective as well. So they have a wide range of expertise within multiple fields. So many professionals follow those as well.
Well, give us, how are you using NIST? I mean, why do you think it's so important? First, you have this regulation body, but how does that apply now in today's cyber world? I know you're with Cyber Minds. We had yesterday, we had Dr. Fred Hicks on as one of your partners that works in that organization. But help us understand, all right, so that's the regulatory body. That's the government regulatory body. And a lot of corporations and enterprises, they follow the NIST standard to help in the fight against cyber criminals. How are you using it? And then what's most important for you in your world, and what you're trying to get across through Cyber Minds?
Oh, definitely. So from a adoption within industry perspective, we use NIST. There's a NIST 853 that forms the baseline for many of the protective services that you see in cybersecurity today. If you remember some of the conversation we've had in the past, we've looked at the whole concept of how do you protect your information. So they have technical control, there's administrative controls, and that kind of outlines some of the best practices that you can follow in order to be successful. So if you're looking at if you have a computer system, for example, there's specific criteria in terms of how you control access to that device. What is considered best practices? So within an architecture, for example, if you start looking at an individual who administers those systems, we would expect that that individual would not use the same account to check his email as he would use to log into a system that had highly sensitive information. So there was a separation between those types of functions. So that way, if one is compromised, it's not the same account is used on both systems, right? So imagine if you're managing a payroll system, and you were using the same email account to check your email and also access and administer the system. If they were able to compromise your account, then the individual or perpetrator may be able to get into the HR system because it's the same account, right? And then have access to sensitive and other type of information that they shouldn't have as well. So one of the things that you see with NIST, we've always talked about the issue of least privilege, right? Where an individual should only be given access for as much as they can do their role. So if you're an administrator, I should be able to allow you to administer the system, and then you have a separate account to be able to do that. So if your personal account is compromised, your administrator is not compromised. So when you look at some of the requirement and best practice for NIST, they may talk about some of the complexity that you can put in place for that account. So if, let's say, you're in a highly sensitive organization, access to that kind of information is tightly controlled, right? So one of the things NIST may say is there need to be some complexity into that account that you would use, right? Uppercase, you hear your password need to be 10 to 15 characters, uppercase, lowercase, special characters. So there's a combination of things that you can add to that account. There's also privileged access management that you can bring into place where you can say, hey, as an administrator, I'm going to provide you access, but the access only exists for 24 hours. After that 24 hours, you generate a new password. So the concept behind that is if your account is compromised, it's limited. Or you can set controls in terms of the length of time or when you can log onto the system or where you're logging in from, right? So if you consider a lot of the things that we do around working from home or remote access now, we can determine, okay, if Grant is in Hawaii, should he have access to the system, right? So NIST present a lot of those same opportunity for people to be able to kind of follow those best practices. They also have the cybersecurity framework that look at specific things. There is advancement around zero trust today. And I was listening to your session yesterday, and I think one of the key things you talk about is the whole concept of trust but verify, right? So when you look at some of those architecture that NIST represent, if you're looking at infrastructure that you need to adopt zero trust, you think of it like a firewall. Everything start closed, and then you only open what you need according to that need. You don't just have a firewall that turns on and then everything become accessible and then you have to lock it down, right? When you consider that whole process from a zero trust, it's reverse. Everything is locked and then you only open what you need. And then when you add the issue of least privilege on top of those controls, then your architecture you kind of set up or establish best practices. They also have like hardening requirements. If you're going to set up a cloud environment, what are some of the things that you should do? We've talked about it over time about this whole concept of click next, where today we've seen a lot of individuals who jump in the business who've never really managed anything on-prem. And now it's in the cloud, and now they're cloud architect, right? They've never gone through a disaster. They've never worked in a data center. They've never had to manage assets there. And it's so easy in the cloud to configure that today. That individual kind of think that, oh yeah, I can just get in. And then you get instances where through misconfiguration, basic security hygiene that we always talk about, right? Where you have these huge compromise just because somebody may have not checked the box to lock down that container. And, we see it every day in industry because organization, not just Google alone, they're out there just crawling this stuff and being able to just pick up, hey, that Grant created the container for BBDM. Imagine if you create an infrastructure and all your client data was left in a database that was not secure, right, or not locked down. What would be the impact to your business? So, those are the kind of best practices that NIST have across a wide range of topics. Another one that we've been seeing a lot of conversation around with CMMC, like for the last 4 or 5 years. I think there have been a push at the federal level to start saying, if you're going to support the federal government, I'm going to put technical controls on you that you need to validate that now your infrastructure is secure, right? So, think about it. You're working on a F-16, fighter pilot jet, providing a small amount of service. And as part of that contract that you may have, somebody is able to not compromise the government, but compromise your access and now get access to, highly sensitive information.
Yes.
So this requirement, 800-171, I think is the NIST document that supports CMMC. There is specific controls that they put in place. Do you have firewalls? Do you have infrastructure, vulnerability scanning? Do you have a segregation of the users? Are you an organization that have both citizens and non-citizens? How do you segregate the access to that project you may have from the government from those individuals who should not have access to that sensitive information? Then you start
this is interesting. I want to ask you this, because you brought something up that's so important. You talk about Google that is scanning your network. It's doing it all the time, skimming through, looking at different things. This could be called, it is an AI. It's an AI, right? You wouldn't necessarily call it a malicious AI, but there are malicious AI out there with that kind of breadth that's looking for vulnerabilities to exploit. So you have that negative AI. You have the duality of a positive AI that's like, okay, I'm seeing that this AI is looking for these vulnerabilities. I need to now shield my infrastructure against this, because that is exactly what's happening today, that you can automate these types of things, not only from an individual user like me and you, but then organizational structures. So they're looking for these exploits. Talk to us about this AI versus AI that's happening now across these digital landscapes.
No, I think it's evolution of the technology, right? AI against AI was always there. I think what you're seeing now is, I think, with the adoption of the regular people getting access to AI, right? Because that's where the challenges are today. It's not the fact that AI is a new concept. We am seeing it from a research and an AI perspective. Is the fact that individuals now have access to deploy AI to look for the vulnerabilities before the adversary do it, right? So what you're seeing today is, as an organization, you need to be in a position to be able to defend yourself against the individuals who's also using AI, right? So like, I think we talked about before, imagine if you were a Cisco shop and you were able to run ChatGPT type of AI that looks for network vulnerabilities, right? And there's some organization that plays in that space very well. Horizon AI and some other organization that exists that provides similar services. So imagine if you had the ability to harden your infrastructure using best practices, NIST 800 for zero trust and other things like that, but by using AI to find those vulnerabilities before an adversary does, right? So you would be able to address that risk before an adversary who's also using AI. And the benefit of that today is being able to take corrective action in real time. Because remember, the brain is only so much. Even though the AI is powerful, we still need a human to program it. But what it does, it goes in and ingests a large amount of data that you and I may not be able to do over our lifetime. And then the priority there is to be able to show thousands and millions of different configurations at you within minutes, and being able to react on the other side of that defense in millions of configuration blocking and adjustment at the same time. So it's like having two NFL teams that is paired very well. Yeah. Or you think of the game of chess. When two masters chess players play, the whole idea is to think about not just this play, but the effect of this play on a play 100 times down the line, right? So imagine technology that can do it 1,000,000 times down the line. right? Your ability as a human to be able to respond and protect against that, it's like, we hear the concept, genius is coming. The genius is coming in that approach is that they have the ability to throw millions of combination at you, and that AI against AI is where you see that dynamics where the industry is going. Because, you talk about the AI for good approach, that become one way for you to use AI to defend against your network in real time. Right?
Yes, in
But I
real
see more of
time.
that.
That's so important that we have this. I want to talk to you about access. It's so important because there's different types of access, and the general public is starting to get exposed to this because it's so important. Because the people have been using passwords for a long time. Then you have password, phrases. Then you had two-factor authentication. And now you've got biometrics, and now you've got voice activation.
Yeah.
How do you see all these different types of accesses?
All of those have flaws. And with the technology that you have today, imagine there is AIs and other processes that can duplicate your voice, right? So, there's a couple of things that a couple of trends that I follow. First of all, every call I get, if I don't recognize the call, I may pick up the phone, right? So I may go like, the call may come in, I'll go like this, and I'm quiet. I don't say anything, right? And that's a defensive approach where the call comes in, I may pick it up and I may put it on mute, because many of the technologies today, they're waiting for you to say hello and then a human come on. So many of the regulation that you're seeing that's supposed to, protect you and put you on a do not call list, technology organizations are figuring out how to get around that, right? They use a bot to call, and then once you say hello and a human get on the line, then they do it. So when I pick it up, if you just mute the line, then after 10 seconds, the call just drops. Or somebody may come in and speak after 5 seconds. So then you're weird to kind of how to protect yourself, from that perspective. So those are some of the things that you want to kind of be mindful of today. And then when you look at the whole protection, it's like, everyone become targeted. Sometimes, like you said, your picture may be used, or you've seen deep fake or other technology whereby your voice is being connected. And you can just go in, put your voice in for a couple of minutes, and AI can duplicate that and have a conversation where I think it's Grant, right? So the challenge there is, it's not only just trust and verify, but a trust and verify plus, right? Where you need to make sure that it is in fact Grant. I think like you were talking about yesterday, somebody called, you had a friend that called and said, hey, I need $10,000, right?
Yeah.
And then you really start thinking about it, because today, many individuals are being preyed on. You think about the elderly communities who may receive a request that said a grandson is in trouble because he took a trip someplace and this person needs $10,000. And that is some of the basis for Cyber Minds and what we do, because we continue to take this approach around education. How do we educate those that may be vulnerable? We always say you can't lose it if you don't have it, right? If you don't have that $10,000, they're not going to get away with me with that, right? Because I'm not going to have 10 grand. That if I'm going to give 10 grand, just like what you were saying, I'm going to make sure that it's so needed, right? That is definitely needed for that $10,000. And there need to be at least 10 or 20 ways to verify that before I just give up $10,000, right? From that perspective. So you want to be able to do that. And then, so that's address the voice, that's address, the image. And like I always say is, in this day and age of AI, sometimes you can't even trust what you see, right? Because there's so many ways to manipulate what you can see from a visual perspective. So, even that sense is now being taken away from you, because there's a process of how do we make sure that if you think you saw what you just saw, right? And then you try to repeat, hey, this is what I just saw. The question is, if I can fake that for you and make you think that's what you just saw, then now I'm getting to the brain, right? I'm directly imprinting an image where I want you to remember that. That probably did not happen. You've seen cases from a legal perspective where, there was a conversation around a witness. At 9 o'clock on last Friday, did you see this individual doing A or B? Right? And then the attorney start challenging, okay, what was the lighting like? You was in a corner. Did you really have the ability to identify that it was suspect A or B, right? From that perspective, because of what you actually thought you saw compared to what was there. Or they bring in an individual in a lineup, right? And it's always the person who is identified that lineup may not have nothing to do with the case. Right. And if you have unscrupulous investigators, you can easily, hey, Grant, you did see that person at that time. So they're planting, you think about the evidence being misrepresented. But, there's the same thing with AI, because the same senses for which we've determined or used over time to decipher what is true and what we're actually seeing is being altered. And the technology today, it's really abound when you really think of what we can do. That's why when you look at trying to verify that it's somebody committing, a cyber incident, you really need to say that it is that person, because if somebody jump on your environment, commit that offense, and leave all the evidence for grant, all of a sudden you may be caught up. You may be caught up in that situation whereby you wasn't even there, but all the evidence that was created points squarely to you in that sense.
Oh my God!
Right?
The fraud is the potential for fraud is definitely has been escalated.
Yes.
And in the sense of how if somebody wants to maliciously use the technology, there's some things now in the courts and law around AI from that negative aspect of what we're talking about, because pretty soon you're not going to be able to discern the reality from the fake. I've seen these technologies that you can utilize, and you can take my real voice now, you can take my real image right now that I'm actually speaking, and duplicate it in such fidelity that you cannot tell the difference. The thing is, you're going to start looking at, what am I asking you to do? What is really happening? What is out of order? Something's out of order typically, and all of a sudden my character changes. I start to ask and do certain things that aren't consistent to who I am and what I do. What are some of the things that you've heard about? Because they probably maybe have not been able to pass a law yet, but what are the things that you're hearing about that they're going to be able to do to kind of curtail some of these AI bots running rampant in these digital worlds?
So I think, there's two approaches that I see. Similar to data privacy, Europe has been driving a lot of the discussion and change around AI. Some individual may look at it, interpret their action as a way to limit, enterprise who's operating within that space. But I think fundamental to the whole concept of AI is data, right? An AI system, one of the key things that it needs is a data set on which to train, right? So if there's no data, the ability, you think of it as you're moving up a corporate ladder, and while you're trying to build your next step, someone removed the steps, right? How do you kind of get to that next level? So a lot of the stuff around AI is the same conversation that you had around data privacy that's been running for many years. Organization like NIST and some of the fundamental things, when you go back and read the history around individuals that's been playing in that space, one of the key things that they've had has been around the data set that is used to build and train AI. And the complexity around that is going to come down to some of the consent, the conversation around consent, right? If you remember Clear AI and other organizations that operated in the space that went and crawled the internet and harvested billions and billions of images. The whole conversation is like, when you put your data out there, what data set is it ending up in order to train the AI, right? So, when you think of Google, Google has become like a staple in terms of internet right now, right? when you consider everything that you search, every image that is indexed, and having the technology to be able to put that back to you real time, that become the conversation that you're going to have. So many of the regulation today is looking at the whole concept of, how do you validate the data set under which AI is built? How do you control what can and cannot be done around the processing of data for which data sets now depend? How do you manage the whole concept of consent to that data, right? That give you the ability to use that data. What is the purpose for collection? And after the data is collected, if I share it with one entity, does that mean that you as a secondary entity can now use that same data, right? So many of the arguments today has been around use of data, and AI, as a building block that depends on data. Many organizations or government entity is moving forward for that. Even NIST, they're looking at different framework that address how we should play within that space, right? From an AI perspective, I know EU have the AI Act that they've been kind of jumping ahead. And one of the things that you and I have always spoke to over time in this conversation is that the technology is changing so fast, right? The regulation continue to be behind. And then the individual driving this conversation about the regulation, they're old folks like us, right? So they have a different requirement in terms of how the business and process should run and what is standard practice. So I think, many of the organizations are coming to a point of saying, hey, what are standard things that we should expect within this AI ecosystem? And when you go back and you look at, some of the foundational data set that was used to build AI models today, it was not good, right? Because there was many data set that was misrepresentative of some parts of the community, right? So you think of some of the original discussion, when you read the history, it's really challenging. But that's what we're using for ChatGPT today, right? And so if you look at some of the challenges that they're running into in certain parts of the world, Europe specifically, there've been a lot of action against, hey, how do you quantify that the information that you're presenting is either legally obtained, it's consensual, you have all of the ducks in a row to be able to do that. And the advent of AI, there was so many different modules that's playing right now, and there's ChatGPT is what everybody know, but there's many other technology that does things like that around the same AI technology, imaging, doing video, building a whole website. You can do that in 2 minutes today with some of the AI module that's out there, right? That go out and, one of the things that I always say the technology is good for, it's good for regurgitating data that's already there. What you need is individuals of expertise to be able to look for anomalies. You talk about a conversation with you a few minutes ago. If you know Grant enough and you see a differences, you say, hey, that looks like Grant, but I know Grant, and that is definitely not Grant. That is someone that's generated. I think you saw a couple years ago there was a deep fake around the president, Obama, right? So imagine today if somebody can put together a speech that's saying inappropriate things, that is definitely not Grant, and put it out there, right? You have an imaging business with 5-star BBM, where you're always looking at how do you help that next organization build that brand, right? You may take 20, 30, 40 years to build a brand, and that can be destroyed in a second, right? If there's something that's happened to be not true, but it gets into cyberspace, and then, you got to be twice.
There's going to be a lot to be able to protect your identity, your corporate identity, and understanding these things. Everything, any tool can be used for good or bad. We just need to understand what is really happening. Get people like yourself who are very intelligent in these worlds to know how to utilize the best thing. I heard what you said, and that was so great about you get to look at the data and the data set, how the AI actually works, and then get that consent. because without consent, it becomes automatically, illegal. You become liable for your use of that type of, not just the technology, but how you use the technology in that context becomes liable. And then that at that point, now you can go after them from a legal standpoint. And that's what we need to get to. We've got just a few seconds here. Tell us again, Dr. Alexis, how to contact you, get in touch with CyberMinds, and can continue that conversation on a one-on-one basis.
Well, definitely. You can contact me at apweeks@cybermindinstitute.org. You can find me at LinkedIn and other sort of social medias. You could always reach me to Grant. We always hear the CyberMind, like we've discussed in the past, is a fundamental concept of trying to change the mindset of individuals that use technology today, especially those within the nonprofit space, organizations who may not have the technical expertise. We are a group of professionals from industry, well-researched, who deal with and study these things on a day-to-day basis, continue to look at the trends, not just what the industry is doing today, but where we're going in the future, and kind of just stay abreast of the technological change. And we're CyberMinds. Our goal is to be able to bring you those expertise, help you have a different set or change your mindset of how you think of cybersecurity, risk, and vulnerability, and being able to come down to your level. We've been doing this for 20 plus years, all the members. So we have an understanding of industry, and we're able to come down to your level, bring some expertise that directly pertain to your industry, and help you protect or at least defend. We've talked about this before. It's not a matter about if, right, or when, and you will have an incident. The question is,
wow, what you said there is so powerful.
Right?
It's not about a question of if, it's just when. So this has been wonderful. Thank you for joining us on the Black Business Network this morning. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you, sir.
Things to consider this morning. We've all got to be vigilant about our use of digital technology. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for October 2023. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Incorporated, Genius is Common, 5-Star BDM, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Hello, LLC, First Atlantic Insurance Group, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I'm Kennedy Harris. My genius is being an entrepreneur. I am the CEO of K-Lock, a company where I develop my very own line of kids supplements. I currently market my multivitamin for kids to help combat weak immunity. During the pandemic, research has shown that having a strong immune system is key to fighting off disease. My vitamins are for kids, but adults can benefit from them as well. I'm adding a proprietary blend to my supplement line. I want to create my own blend so that I have a competitive edge in the marketplace. Staying healthy is important to me so that we live longer and have healthier lives. My website is klockproducts.com. That is Klock. Genius is common.
So what we have to do is when we get in the spot, we need to create some spots for us. that's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand, like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet. But I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely. And this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out. Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM, and I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And today we are talking about Black business and the culture in the realms of economic empowerment, cultural preservation and representation, innovation and diversity, community building, and addressing systemic barriers. Very, very important. And it is with great honor that I introduce our next speaker, Miss Erica Jo Robinson. Through life's most challenging trials, Erica stands as a testament to resilience and courage. A survivor of stage 4 cancer, she has faced the shadow of mortality not once, but twice, and even wrestled with both cancer and COVID simultaneously. Through the crucibles of hardship, Erica has discovered her truer self and her grander purpose. Her journey is not just one of survival, but a profound self-realization. A best-selling co-author in Her Story Too, anthology, and an emerging voice in public speaking, she embodies both vulnerability and strength. Erica is not just a beacon of hope, but a true guardian of change. Please join me in welcoming the incomparable Erica Jo Robinson.
Hey, hello.
How are
Wow,
you?
that was some introduction. Wow, thank you.
I get that a lot these days, but it's your story. I just get to tell it. And I enjoy talking about that.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Yeah, so tell us more about what you are doing these days currently, because you look very healthy from what I can say.
I appreciate it. I do take the time to just really try to take care of myself. I really don't have an answer other than as to why I made it through and why I came through. I always say I go through trials and go through the fire, but never come out even smelling like smoke. So, you know what I'm saying? I attribute that to the man upstairs. Absolutely. Absolutely. 110%.
110%. You got to give praise where it is due. So tell
Yes.
us more about your business and why that is important for other people to know about.
My business was important because it just helped you engage with other people and to understand other people first and foremost. I felt like my business at the time was just the commodity was people. And before that, just the understanding of people helped in the growing of that business. Because people don't care about what you care about until you care about what they care about.
Well said. Very well said. So talk to us a little bit more. I know you had mentioned some things like in your childhood, things that were important to you that actually kind of was a side hustle type of thing, but actually held you into more of a career setting.
Okay. So when I was in high school, bullying at that time was somewhat of a rite of passage. It's a little different than what it is now. A little different.
Yeah.
And so at that time, I there would be like a fight on the playground. Somebody would be getting bullied. And so the other kids would come and find me and say, "Hey, Erica, so and so is being bullied on the playground. We need your help." And I used to say, "Okay, you know the fee." And the fee was a quarter. And I would accept the quarter and then go down on the playground, and the whole school, like, everybody who knew about it, who saw me walking, they would just start, this crowd would be building behind me, just like in the movies. And I would go and deal with that bully for a quarter.
I can't believe it. It's like I would have seen that movie. That is like, you gotta pay me, but I'm gonna go down and handle this business.
Yes.
So you were good at what you did. Now we heard that part of the story.
Yes.
How did that become, you said, a dream career? How did that propel you forward?
At the time, I had fought so much. I was more into the skill of fighting than actually fighting for emotional reasons. And so I really wanted to be Layla Ali. I wanted to train. I wanted to learn about the psychology of fighting and really take that up as a career. My mother, on the other hand, was like, "No," and that's the end of that conversation. So that career still lives as, it lived as a dream and a dream only.
Well, you were in the military as well. So you so like you got some skill in the military. Is definitely one of those worlds that you've got to be on your P's and Q's. You've got to know how to handle yourself
Yes.
as well. And you've done some other things. You've got into the entertainment business as well.
Yeah.
I hear you've done some things in basketball also. I mean, tell
Yeah.
us a little bit more about your entrepreneurial journey.
Oh man. After I came out of the military, I was in the Navy for 8 years, 8404. Whoever, for those who know, that's the Marine training that you have to go through. After that, I discovered that I had a heart for entrepreneurship. And anybody who, as an entrepreneur, what I mean when I say the heart for entrepreneurship, because it's not for the faint of heart. And then after that, I realized, that how much I'm capable of. And at those times, I really wanted to um, dive into magazines and television, that sort of thing. So we started a company called ITM Live, which is short for Inside the Music. And it was about around that time, hip hop wasn't really accepted in the church at the time. And we knew from the young people that we hung around that they were just as hungry for God as those who did traditional gospel. And so we created this atmosphere for them to come and perform and perfect their performance with us. So, so that type of entrepreneurship required us to be groundbreaking. There really wasn't any footsteps to follow in. So we really had to just follow our own intuition in building that. And that was tough. And that was tough in the beginning.
Well, you made a good run at it. And then, you're doing some entertainment work, you're doing some things, you're breaking ground and presenting, your media endeavors. And then I understand you also went to, was it Europe? You went to Europe and then you did this whole basketball thing. I mean, I'm just seeing you like doing all these different adventures. That sounds like an adventure to me.
Oh man, because of our reputation with ITM Live, G1 Magazine, my reputation preceded me and set us up perfectly for the invitation into the ABA. I don't know if you remember the ABA 2000.
I do. Yeah.
Okay. So because of my ex-husband at the time, he was playing in semi-pro. So when that opportunity came, we just took it. We sat and talked about it for about a week, realized that it was still entertainment, not far from the business we had just done. The stage was just changing. And so out of that, we traveled to Japan and China. He went to Europe. A few games in Canada. We did a lot of traveling with that simply because when you're playing different teams, you travel to them and they come to you. China was our first international trip and probably one of the most exciting. It was just absolutely surreal in the beginning. And then it became almost, I dare say, commonplace. We had been to China probably like 5 times. It became commonplace. Yeah.
Yeah, China, man, that's a completely different world.
Yeah.
I wouldn't understand the world. I think I'd be dropped off in a different environment, the different language, different way. But then they like you because you represent something that they're involved in basketball. So
right.
Did you have like a celebrity type status there at all?
Oh, absolutely. They would shut down towns for us to come through. Police guards lining the entryway when we came in. Students and other students like of colleges and students of the game came in. I don't know if you can hear that. That's my grandson. But students of the game came and we were signing T-shirts and it was just so surreal. The paparazzi, I don't know, I must have taken 1,000 selfies out there. It was so absolutely fantastic. One year we came back, we had just left. The following year we came back, and at one of our stops, we saw one of our players and our team name riding by on the side of the bus.
Yeah.
We were just like, oh, okay. So we took pictures of it and everything. We were like, oh, okay, fantastic.
No, that is so good. I mean, wow. I mean, celebrate it. You're doing some branding yourself, in the entertainment world. and now you are being branded, there as well. And I heard there's a story, and I don't know if this is related to this time period or not, that you had to do some funding, and you got involved with some sneakers, and was that part of that time period or not?
That was in the beginning of that time period. What was going on was at that time, the ABA players would not be being paid a whole lot at the time. And at the time, they didn't view that money as much. They there was an underground current of conversation that, oh, this is all we're being paid. Well, at that time, my ex was not part of the starting five. So instead of complaining about that position, he thought, we were getting shoes. We were still kind of uh getting clothes and things like that from different businesses to sell for ourselves. So we saw that as a market and an opportunity to collect everybody's little bit of check to make us one big check.
That's called entrepreneurial or pursuit. That's just being resilient.
Yes,
I love
absolutely.
it. I love it. I love it. So tell me, what are you doing now? I mean, are you still in the entertainment? Are you still in the basketball? I mean, what exactly are you doing now?
Well, I transitioned out of basketball once COVID hit. Once COVID hit, it really took down our business in a matter of a week or so, to be honest. We had tickets for China in our hands at the time. And we were going back and forth with our interpreter about should we come, should we not come. And within that hour, it was decided that it was unsafe for us to come. And so at that moment, basketball, which is a sport that is face to face and filling arenas and things like that, well, that was at a standstill, a complete standstill. So instead of panicking, instead of running around like, oh my God, what we're going to do, I decided that I would take this as an opportunity to start over. And so I came down here to Henrico, a small town. I guess it's not really a small town, but to me, a small town in Virginia, and decided to start over. So here I am. Yeah, here I am. I'm no longer in the basketball business. I have decided to take a turn. Yep.
And that's a pivot, right? And we all have pivots in our time. Here you are now on the Black Business Network. One of the things in reading your bio I found intriguing. I think it's something you could share with us. I know several people in my world have gone through facing, deadly diseases, having stage 4 cancer, especially you said you had it during COVID time period.
Yes.
Those are something now you just talked about. Hey, it also stopped your business, your flow, but your health, nothing. They say, what's more important? Wealth, health. Health is the most important thing. Help us understand what you had to deal with, how you got through that, and kind of the lessons learned.
Coming here, I had plans. Coming here to Virginia, I had plans on starting over. And I had decided kind of like maybe I just take this time to dive into myself and become what we call a regular person and work a 9 to 5 and just be normal and live a normal life. Well, of course, it was at that time that I realized that there was something growing, there was something happening. I decided, because of some other health issues, to go to the doctor just to get these checkups. And it's when I did that I decided that I found out that I was stage 4B. When the nurse woke me up that from after anesthesia, like after the surgery supposedly had been done, and she told me that they did not do the surgery because I went in for some other health issues. They told me they could not perform that surgery. Simply because they believed I had cancer. You want to talk about the room falling thunderously silent at that time and at that moment. It seemed like the world just kind of like stopped moving at that time. And I was faced with two options. Either I could succumb to the woe is me, or I could get up. I could get up from this just like I had gotten up from every other situation in my life. And I just made that determination. It was extremely difficult. I think it was harder to I think it was harder to get up after I came home from the hospital, because in the hospital I was just surrounded with nurses coming in and everybody was just really occupying me. When I got home and got in the silence of this disease, that's when things started to change for me, and that's when the dive became really deep, and that's when the pivot happened. It was in those quiet moments, in those dark moments, that the things about my life, or things came forward for me. And some of those things that came forward for me were time. I was very aware of time. I was just aware of my life's timeline and how much time I think I might have left. Another thing that came to the forefront was love, and wanting to be in a loving relationship and not just spearhead and follow career. That became really, really important to me. Legacy became really important to me. What do I leave behind? What am I offering generations that are coming behind me? Am I willing to plant a seed for a tree that I may never enjoy the shade of? Am I willing to do that? And those answers were yes. And when I thought about wealth, most people think about money. The wealth that I was thinking about was the knowledge and the seeds that I was dropping in future generations. That became important to me. And so in that, the pivot came, how do I get this information out? And I was approached. My aunt called me one day and said, hey, look, this lady named Carolyn Wilson is putting out a book. I think you should be a part of it. It's an anthology. I think you should be a part of it. You have a great story. And so I was so nervous about it, because I always wanted to write, but when you want something and the opportunity shows up, sometimes you get afraid, because you're like, oh my God, what I asked for actually showed up here. And you realize how unprepared you really are for those situations of the things that you're praying and asking for. There's two things you can do. You can get in where you fit in and fake it until you make it, or you can back down. So I decided to fake it until I made it, and just became who I wished I was until that person came to fruition, if you understand what I'm saying.
I do, yes.
And so I decided to become a part of that anthology, join 25 other women who had the courage to tell their stories, and I dove in. The one thing that I wished, the one thing that came to light in that particular situation was that I could only submit 1,000 words. How can I tell the story that I wanted to tell in 1,000 words?
Right.
No way. So that inspired me to write my own book. And that's where I am today. I am writing. I am looking to be a motivational speaker and public speaker, because I feel like having cancer twice qualified me. Everybody around me has degrees, but my life has qualified me to stand amongst them because I have that experience. And I'm speaking from the flowers that I am giving are coming from this soil. You know what I mean? They're not, I'm not an echo of anything, of anybody else I might have heard. I may agree, but the things that I am giving are coming from this soil. So I feel qualified to stand amongst them. And believe me, that was an issue of feeling like I didn't belong. But I feel like I belong now. I feel qualified now because of the life trials that I have been through.
Oh, of course. I think what you're alluding to, and you hear a lot about these days, some of that is, imposter syndrome.
Absolutely. That's the word I was looking for. Yes.
Imposter syndrome. And we say,
Yeah.
what is that? Sometimes a person feels like they're being something that they're not.
Yes.
And then as you go further, when I heard what you were saying, like you actually became more of who you were instead of more of what you're not.
Yes.
And then understanding, like, yeah, you don't need to have, I think people get confused a little bit about what credibility is all about. Yeah, you get credibility through an education or a certain accolades. You get a doctorate, or you get a JD, or you get a bachelor's, and blah blah blah. But all those are an accumulation of an experience that says, yes, you are now educated in this area. Where you are completely educated in the area of what you're talking about. I don't know if many people have survived cancer twice. They haven't gone overseas. They haven't done what is needed. They're good at, and so your experiences have qualified you to be an expert in your field of what you're talking about. So yeah, imposter, no. You're actually being more Erica Jo Robinson. I love that.
Amen. Thank you so much. I appreciate your kind words as well. They are much needed, even at this stage of growth. And that, you know what I mean? It is well needed.
So tell us, because help us. I want you to talk directly to that person
Mm,
who just got diagnosed with cancer.
mm,
And I personally, I know someone that just passed from, they fought it for a year and they just succumbed to that. That is a heck of a thing to have to realize that you're now dealing with your mortality and those thoughts, those feelings, and what you did. I heard some of that, what you talked about, how you had to persevere, you had to go home, you're by yourself, you had to like make a decision to how you wanted to move forward. Help that person now, like take their hand and talk to them about what it is that they're going to feel, think, and what it takes to move forward.
I would say it's a beautiful question, by the way. I would say that you have to build a team. Now, let me just say this. You may not have enough people who are skilled in knowing how to be a team, how to be team members. So what you do is you build your own team. And how I did that was YouTube. I created an imaginary team of the people who spoke the language that I needed to hear. One of those people was David Goggins, Joe Rogan, Mike Tyson, um, uh, Eric Thomas. The list can go on. And whenever I felt like I couldn't make it, I would put on one of these speakers, and I would lay in the dark and listen. So this way, there was no one around me to tell me, "Oh, girl, you listen to that stuff. They just doing that for the money. They just doing that because of that might be true. That might have been true, but the way the message was delivered to me, it strengthened me and it helped me. And if they were doing it for the money, in my opinion, it was worth every dime. Because if they got their information the same way I was getting my information, it was worth more than any amount of money in this world. Because what it did is it got me up. What it did is it convinced me that I am more than enough. It convinced me that whatever time I had left was enough time to do what I needed to do. What it did was it took my mind off of my immortality, my mortality, and it placed my mind on my immortality. That what could I communicate, even if I passed? Like I said, what was I leaving behind? And it helped me to focus on those things. I didn't lay in bed and do the woe is me because I felt deep in my heart that I had a work to do and that this was a wake up call, not a shutdown. But now, in this vulnerable moment, if you are surrounded with people who are going to tell you stories about anybody else who passed away from the same disease that you are fighting, those are not the people you want to be around. You want to be around the people who talk about living and thriving and making it. You want to talk to the people that says, okay, well, what is it that now that this has come to the forefront, what are those things that you wish you had done? You know what I mean? It's time to get working. Couple of the things that came, I wrote a bucket list. I realized at my age, I had never ridden a roller coaster. And that was something that I needed to do. It's something as simple as that. On my list was a hot air balloon, walking through a field of lavender. Just these little things brought so much meaning to my life, and they inspired me to give more and see more. To realize that my voice, whether it be here on earth or not, it was going to come through loud and clear in my children. All the seed that I had planted in them, my voice was still gonna come through. So to that person that might be like thinking, you know, I mean, is this it for you? Whatever those dark thoughts are, I say that you have to get up because you owe it to every person that passed away to live. You owe it to every person that had your disease and did not make it. You owe it to them to get up. You owe it to them to live. You owe it to them. That's how I feel. That every person who passed away from stage 4B cancer, you did not make it. I put you on my back and I'm going to move forward. For everything you wished you could have done, everything you thought you could have accomplished, I'm trying to do my best. because for the people that didn't make it, I am here. Why am I here? And someone else didn't, is not here. I owe it to them. I owe it to the one who made it possible. Those talents I will not bury. I will multiply them.
You have said it. And you know what I heard just now is that I heard a very talented public speaker. Very talented public speaker. You spoke from the heart and you spoke to your audience about what was real. You know, what real is so the value in that, as you stated earlier, for the money. Like, how much money is that worth? How much money is that worth to someone? Because someone is out there. This is a worldwide broadcast. Heard your words, and they're going through things, and they're like, "Wow, did you hear what she said?" She said, "I got my team together." And I found my medicine, I found my inspiration, and you have so many different avenues, and it's so easy to pack it in and say, I'm done. And you did not do that, man. And that bully on the field, do you hear that? She said, somebody paid me $25. Somebody give her $25 because she went out there. We need you to go out here and face cancer. She said, all right, give me that $25. I'm going to go down here. We're going to box.
Oh man, I guess I've been a fighter for as long as I can remember. When I think about it in hindsight, it is my MO. You know, it is my MO.
Well, it's gotten you to here. It has gotten you through a lot of things. We've heard you talk about a number of different things as you've gone through all these different aspects. But what I heard just there, man, the realism and the plateau where you're going to sharing that story, because we're just in that world where we're all going through this or that, and you can apply those things to so many things. So I want to encourage you to keep writing your book.
Thank you.
I want you to keep speaking, get in as many speaking engagements as possible, and learning from other speakers, because you're delivering a message. There's so many people just like yourself that are going through certain things, and they're like, man, I just need to get to that next step. If I can get to that next morning, if I can get to that next hour, 15 minutes, right?
Listen, yes, you're talking my language. Come on now. Come on.
Yeah, no, we're right here. I'm right here with you, and I'm so glad that you are sharing, because it's so important that we give back. And I love how you even said that, like, I'm leaving that wealth, because I don't know, we all are mortal. We're all going to leave this planet. That is no doubt. But are you spending your time wisely? Are you doing the things that matter? Just like you said, I just want to do a roller coaster ride. Now I want to ask you this. What else do you want to do? What do you want to do?
Man, I mean, listen, I really want to do movies.
Okay.
I would love a role in a movie. I would love to sit across from Oprah.
All right. That's two. Movie, Oprah. That was a good book. Hey, keep moving. Keep going.
I would love, I need to own a sports car. That's part of my little dream. You know what I mean? Just little things like that matter so much. I would love a foundation that I could, leave things to people who are going through the same things that I was going through. Anything that I could leave for them to get to that next day, to get to that next hour, to get to that next minute. I would love a foundation in that way. I mean, man, like I said, movie, talk to Oprah. I would love if I could ever sit across from some of the speakers that I mentioned earlier. David Goggins, I know a lot of people, he may not be their cup of tea, and I understand that. But he spoke to me in a way that was at the level and the depths of where I was. He spoke strongly to me because I needed that strong talk, because I was deep, I was low, and I needed someone. I didn't need someone with a gentle voice to say, Erica, you can do it, you can get up. No, I needed somebody to speak to in my inner self to get up. And that man spoke with such a power, such authenticity. And after I read both his books, you know, I was just absolutely moved. And if ever, David Goggins, if you out there and you ever hear this message, please, you know what I mean? I would love to sit across and just hear him speak about things he's been through.
Oh,
Truly
no, we're
inspirational.
to him to make sure that he hears. Everybody loves a video testimonial.
Yeah.
And that is authentic. And what you said is like, because every speaker has a gift. And the audience of that speaker, it just depends on where you're at.
Right.
To gain the full value of what you're talking about, man. Because he had to be in certain areas of where you were at to be able to speak to it. Right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I read his book Never Finished. And I'm gonna say something. I understand that we are on video and anybody could be watching, but I'm gonna tell this truth about myself. I read that book and I had it on audio, and I was about to go shopping, so I was driving and I had it on audio and I was listening, and I had to pull over in a Ross parking lot and scream and cry because of some of the things that he had said had touched me so deeply. That had dug up some things that I felt like I had buried.
Oh yeah.
I'm telling you, I you know what I mean? I was extremely vulnerable. And anybody watching who might have seen me in my car that day, because I don't have any tint on my windows, might have been like, my God, what is that woman going through? They witnessed the breaking and making of me.
No,
they witnessed it.
And that, I think, and you think of this, I often look at the world, which is our planet, as a person. When you think about the human experience and what we're going through, we're going through a lot as a people, as a human race.
Right.
As we ran through, COVID, and you just like, wow, that was such a showstopper. And then right on the heels of that, we go through major economic times with inflation. Then we get hit by war. Then we get hit by more war. These are traumatic things.
Yeah.
So if someone says, "Oh, I'm okay, I'm all right," no, you're not. We're all going through a battle, some trauma, some PTSD,
right,
every day. And so if you don't find ways to compensate through these things and acknowledge the pain that we are all experiencing.
You said it. Acknowledge. You said it. You said it.
Yeah. Yeah, we have to acknowledge that. I don't know how anybody in their right mind could sit there, and I listened to the things that were happening, in Israel and Gaza, and I said, man, that's not right. I mean, just to see, how is that human versus human, man on man crime is just that was horrific in scope, and it just continues. We need to step back from that and like, what is the purpose for us being on this planet, and who are we as a human people, and what are we doing about moving forward? You have exemplified that whole gamut of having to go through those myriad ups and downs, and how do you pick yourself up? How do you walk through these things? And it's not easy. How do you go? You said you were listening to that pain, all of a sudden that medication which came through the voice of David Goggins helped you, because that gave you more life. And we need to speak truth to our situation. Here's our situation. Doesn't matter what your philosophy, your religious standpoint, all these other things. This is a human problem that deserves a human solution, and we got to be real with it. We're just in these times. So I thank you for sharing so much of yourself. I want you to be able to tell us how to contact you, how to continue contacting you. And if we need to get you booked on a speaking engagement, I'll definitely wanted to do that.
Absolutely. You can find me at missejrobinson.com. You can find me at Miss EJ Robinson on Instagram and also Gmail. The same, Miss EJ Robinson.
Well, that's really straightforward. I want to thank you for being on the Black Business Network, Black
Absolutely.
Business Olympics. This has been wonderful. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side. That was wonderful. I hope everyone got something out of that. I'm sure you did. I know I did. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for October 2023. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richey Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Stubb Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Incorporated, Genius is Common, 5-Star BDM, Earth Essentials, Milani Shining Global, Hello, LLC, First Atlantic Insurance Group, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Trousseau even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Trousseau is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Trousseau. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Trousseau is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Hi, I'm Barbara Smith. Genius is common. My genius is executive coaching and professional corporate training. As the master executive coach and corporate training ambassador for the Genius is Common movement, I help business owners craft their stories in such a way that you know exactly what they do, what they have, and what they bring to the table. Many times as business owners, we are asked, so what do you do for a living? And we could be crushing in our businesses, but we're not quite sure exactly what to say in a short amount of time. Well, I help you take those stories that are the reason why you're in business and why you're so passionate about your business and craft them in such a way that people are drawn to you, as opposed to being repelled by you. Because every conversation, every time you talk to someone about your business, you are excited about it. But are you really conveying what you do, what you have, and what you bring to the table? And do really people understand why you care so much and why they should care that you have the solution to their problem? Well, I'm here to help you with that. As a master storyteller, I can help you with your stories and spin them in such a way that they are intriguing and fascinating. People want to listen to you talk about your business. That's why at the Genius is Common movement, I am the master executive coach and professional training ambassador. That's my genius. And genius? Oh yeah, it's common.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are now to round out our morning session. I want to talk to all the business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, and I want to welcome you to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw. I am the CEO of 5-Star BDM, and I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And today we are talking about Black business and the culture, economic empowerment, cultural preservation and representation, innovation and diversity, community building, and addressing systemic barriers. I want you to please welcome our distinguished keynote speaker today, Olabunmi Alasure, affectionately known as the Liberator. As CEO of Liberated Resources, she is at the forefront of mind transformation, utilizing NLP and emotional intelligence to usher individuals into wellness and fulfillment. Her expertise, honed over 15 impactful years in the banking sector, now flourishes in her entrepreneurial journey, empowering others through her bespoke coaching and consultancy enterprise initiated in 2020. an alumnus of the University of Ilorin and Delta State University, and a noteworthy member of Yale University's Global Health Network, Olabunmi merges her passion for mental health stability with her practical guidance of wealth creation in real estate. Her voice resonates worldwide, with recent acclaim following her insights on emotional intelligence featured on national platforms. With Liberation Academy, she extends her transformative search and reach, fostering digital skills among global youth. So I want to honor her by introducing Olabunmi Olasure to the Black Business Network.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Art to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Because they need us. Our communities need us more than we can ever imagine. And I would hate for that to be a barrier for anybody in here not to be able to.
On May 14, 2022, a combination of 40 plus leaders, community stakeholders, volunteers, mentors, and champions convened for a pilot of a unique and special conference. They call themselves the Cone Coalition of Like-Minded People. Like-minded towards liberation, fairness, and the idea that everyone in Rockingham County should thrive regardless of who they are or where they live. This 4-hour event was held on the campus of Rockingham Community College in Rockingham County, North Carolina as a part of a design thinking project in partnership with Cone Health, MDC Rule 4. Several leaders convened from Rockingham County's nonprofit NC 100. They came together to address some shared challenges and problems together while sending an authentic community voice, thanks in part to the grant funding from Kate B. Reynolds Charitable Trust, engaging in inspiration, imagination, and prototyping to bring this pilot to reality. The Piedmont Triangle Regional Council shared several job opportunities for the crowd to explore and share. Black-owned businesses were prioritized in hiring and supporting the collection of champions, to the food and snacks, to the folks trusting and documenting this event, to the child care provided by Headway Success Group.
Forensics lab. So today is all about healthy mind, healthy body. And so we have the forensics lab set up, and so we'll have our display of our volunteers. So what they'll do, they'll get a chance to label. And of course, we have to have old school operation because it's just fun.
Local facilitators led the county members through an in-depth work session about the importance of mentor and active volunteering.
What's called Intelligence. It's a non-profit organization, and it helps.
Rockingham Community Champions of Faith and Public Service grace our community members with shared learnings on this amazing Saturday in Wentworth. Crystal Galloway served as a brilliant and engaging mistress in ceremony. Reesville Parks and Rec Superintendent Quentin Robinson delivered a starring keynote address. And Tangle Moore of the Reesville Area Foundation was honored, along with a side of honorees on our first Portia M. Paris Cone Coalition Champion Award winner, given in honor of her memory and legacy as a tireless advocate and torchbearer for the marginalized or underserved. Help us reach our goal to learn more about building and strengthening the relationships of those who support mentors, volunteers, and young people, especially in the ages of 12 to 22, building the community capacity to support those in need of training.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Welcome back, and there she is. Oh my goodness, this is so wonderful that we have you with us all the way from the African continent. We have Olabumi Olashure. If you can come off of mute, we can hear you, and we'll be able to talk with you. Yep, you see your mute button down there and toward the bottom. Yeah, we just need you to come off of mute. It should be right there on the platform. Just click that button and then we'll be able to hear you. Well, she's going to get her mic set up so we can listen to her. She comes all the way from the African continent. So we'll bear with us as we go through some of the technical distance and that happens with internet connectivity. We are working internationally, but she will come up. She is known as the liberator. She has a wealth of information, a wealth of education that she's going to be able to share with us as we move forward. And I want to welcome everybody again to the Black Business Network. We have been sharing all day, all morning, actually all week, so many different entrepreneurs who are doing amazing things in industry, in business, in community. And today we're all about community. We're talking about Black business and the culture today. And it's so important to understand these things and get some positivity and understanding where we're going in our worlds, and that way we can accomplish things if we do it together. We understand that we have a team concept, and we have a community concept, and we have a global community that we can reach into and work with as we go forward. And we find people that need our services. There's always somebody who needs your services more than you do to provide it. And by you providing your services, especially as an entrepreneur in the community, it's a big thing because we all gain wealth from that aspect, not just one person, but all of us gain a measure of wealth each time that we work with each other in the Black community, in the global economy, as it circulates through all of our worlds, whether you're doing it, or your family is doing it, or your children are doing it. We have children now that are greatly involved in the digital economy, and that they're learning how to be creators. We have to be creators in this world, not just consumers. So if I leave you with one great thought today, understand that you want to strive to be a creator, to create your own future, not just a consumer of someone else's future. So we want to do that the best of our abilities. So we are creating, we are consuming, but we're reciprocating along the entire realms, just like we do in our worlds and we do in nature. This is the natural order of things to give and take from each other and to receive and gain the things we need for complete nourishment. So as she gets ready to come back on stage, we're just going to have that conversation. And I hope all of you have learned so much. I know I learned so much from Erica Jo Robinson as she came on and she talked about her journey and what it takes to be resilient. You know, these sometimes we hear these words, resilient, but what does it mean? And you really won't know what it means until you actually go through it. As you've gone through certain challenges in your life, it takes a greater measure than you probably realize at the time you're going through it, that you're going to have to dig deeper. You're going to have to come up with something more than you thought you would have to do in order to make things happen, to be more impactful in your life and to just survive. The basic survivability takes resilience. And I don't know if we can really learn that from just going to school. You're going to have to learn that through experience. And through those experiences, you get stronger, you get wiser, you become a more complete individual, and you are able to give back. You are able to inspire others. And again, because you hear that story, I can tell you so many stories about myself, but until you go through it, you won't glean the most value out of it. But you can understand certain parts of your journey when you get there. Oh, wow, now I know what Grant was talking about. I know what Erica was talking about. I know what Alexis Pertero, who was on earlier, I know what he was talking about. And all the speakers on the Black Business Network that have come, not only for this month in October, but throughout the year and throughout the years, you'll gain understanding through experience. And then when you gain that experience and you begin to apply it, you begin to thank those individuals who actually say, yes, I've been where you are. And I know you're going to get through it because I got through it. This was my path to get through it. That doesn't mean you're going to go have the exact same path as you go through it. But you'll have some ability. You'll be able to get through these things and grow and sustain yourself as you go forward in a world there's a lot of uncertainty, the uncertainty of so many, many, many things that happen. And it takes for you to come out onto the field, which is as much intelligence, as much training, as much awareness that you're going to get. It's almost like being in a game. You know, I'm a football fan, so I always love the football analogies, right? So a lot of times you're on the sidelines, or maybe you're on the practice field and you're being coached and you're being mentored, not only by the actual coach, but the coaching staff and all the players to be able to play the game. And and I don't think a lot of people, when they take on a business mantle, understand when you take the field, there's another team on the other side of the field whose mission in life is to beat you. I want you to understand that there's another team out there on the other side of the ball. Any endeavor that you take up, there's another team on the other side of the ball whose sole mission in life is to beat you. That's your competition. And we need to understand that we've got to have the skill set and the mindset and the abilities, the capabilities to overcome those types of obstacles. And one of the biggest mindset shifts that I've had in time is that I'm taking that field, but my objective is not just to beat that other team that's out there. My objective is to win the game. And they just happen to be in front of me, but that's not the objective, just to beat them. My objective is to win the game. And I win in the game of my business. I win in the game of putting forth services that other people can take advantage of that improves their lives. That is winning for me. So winning is not just overcoming the competition, but winning is actually delivering the promise and the service of my business. Understanding that there will be challenges. There always is. But there's nothing greater than standing in the end zone with a touchdown and understanding that, wow, I've lifted up my client, I've lifted up my customer, and I'm parading that around my own stadium, my own business world, and that my competition can only look at that like, wow, I need to get better at this game because Grant McGaw and 5-Star BDM is playing it to win. And that's why I do what I do. I'm playing this game to win. I'm playing this game to make sure that people that take up and understand they need personal branding, they need to understand how to operate in this digital world, this digital economy at a high level, that I need to play this game. And I'm going to work with Grant McGaw because he's going to put me across the finish line, right? When it comes to business development, I'm going to put you across the finish line with my understanding of business and technology. I'm going to take you through their framework. What is that? I use a framework. Everybody that takes a field, if you're in the sports, anything like that, you've got to have a playbook. My playbook is the BRAVE framework. And what is that? The BRAVE framework, just as it talks about, you're going to have to overcome the dangers out there. You're going to have to overcome your own internal fears. You've got to be brave in front of the circumstances that you face. And so when I use the BRAVE framework to achieve personal branding and business development for people and deliver a blueprint of success, we're talking about the letter B for brand identity. We got to first understand who we are. We have to have some self-realization. We have to understand where do we fit in our world and where are we going to go with that from an identification standpoint. How do you identify yourself in this world of commerce, in this world of business, in the world of the digital landscape? What does that look like? And when you step back and start doing that and begin that work, begin to understand your particular skill sets, what makes you different, your differentiation strategy, your communication strategy, all these things are important. And then you're going to have to step back and do some research. That's the R in the BRAVE framework. You're going to have to do some research, the marketing research. It's one thing to have an idea. I have a lot of people I talk to, they have an idea for a business that they want to do, and that's great. And it seems like the idea has legs. It has some things that could be successful. But have you done the research? What is the competitive landscape that you're about to walk into? You must understand that. Going back to my football analogy in the NFL, there are 31 other teams with the same goal as the one team that finally wins the Super Bowl. But I tell you, that one team that wins the Super Bowl, I guarantee you they have done the research on those other 31 teams. They understand their strengths, their weaknesses, what their opportunities, their threats are, what's happening with them. You must understand the marketing competitive landscape that you're about to enter into and see where you're going to carve out your particular niche in that world. You want to know that before you enter the field. You don't want to get into the game and you haven't studied the playbook and you don't understand what you're about to walk into, and then you end up losing the game because you haven't done the research and you did not understand how this team was going to play when you were in the game with them. So you have to do your research. It's very, very important to do that. And the other thing we talk about in that BRAVE framework is the aesthetics. And what does that look like? That's your action plan. Or what does your brand look like on the field? What does that look like? Have you understood your brand voice, the brand personality, the brand archetype? How are you going to look and feel and show up in your market? What does that look like? So if you've already armed yourself with the research, it's going to look better than not doing any research at all. If you've already done the work around brand identity and started to understand your differentiators, your communication strategy, how you're going to get above not only the competition, but the status quo. So you don't want to be the same as everyone else. You want to be able to stand out. And how are you going to stand out as part of your aesthetics? It's so important to have that built out and understand what it's going to look like when it hits the field. And then you start getting into the vision. And that's when you're actually out now on the field. You always see the quarterback, he's looking over the field. He's looking at what the defense is going to throw at him. And that's how you begin to execute on your action plan. What is your action plan? What is your activity? What are you going to do? What play are you going to call in the huddle that's going to be effective on this field? That is your vision plan. So your vision plan has got to incorporate all those other things I just talked about, the brand identity, your marketing or your research, right? It's got to include your aesthetics, and all that now boils into your vision or your action plan. What is that going to look like as you begin to actually get to the last letter, which is the E, and that's execution. And your execution is all those things, all that I just talked about. That is your brave framework. And when it's in execution, you begin to see it. As you engage with your audience is now engaging with you. As you engage in the business landscape of winning the game, winning the business, and going ahead and putting forth something that is attractive to your client, that allows them to win their own individual game. So they become the hero in their own story. Now you've done those things by moving through the brave framework that's been delivered to you by 5-Star BDM. So those are things that I do in my business that's been very, very effective. I do it on a lot of different levels. I do it for businesses as a fractional BDM. What is that? Fractional Business Development Manager, which I actually work with you. A lot of people don't understand that when you're in business and entrepreneur, you've got to know how to sell. You've got to understand account management. You've got to understand business development. You've got to understand business acumen. And you've got to be able to tell your story at such a high level that people will want to engage with you. Some people aren't that adept in those areas. I've got 25 to 30 years of experience in that world. So I'm able to do that for others if they don't have the capabilities themselves, as part of what I call sales as a service. So you can contact with me. We'll take a look at where you're at and what you need to do. I will introduce you to my network of about 20,000 different individuals in healthcare and information technology, also in branding, all of those things all across the world. I have now, because of what I've done from my brand perspective, have become recognized as one of the top personal brand strategists in the world. And that's not me saying it. That is what is said on the internet. When you look up my name, when you look up my business, I actually do this. And I did it for myself just the other day. I was shocked as it came back and said, who is Grant McGaw and why is he important? And these are the words that came back from Google. These are the words that come back from Bard. This is the word that comes back from these different search engines, that Grant McGaw is a renowned personal brand strategist. He's been working with individuals for a number of years. He has 25 years of experience. He works with renowned associations like the National Association of Health Services Executives. He works with HIMSS, which is Health Informatics Management Systems Society, which is the arm of health IT in the United States, actually in the world, about 100,000 different members. He works with ICABA, which is the International Career and Business Alliance. You start seeing ICABA TV coming out pretty soon. They're very, very influential when it comes to Black professionals in career and also business. I work with Gatherverse. Gatherverse is another entity that does a lot when it comes to where we're going with our current platforms of technology, that we don't leave behind the greater voice of humanity when it comes to artificial intelligence, when it comes to the metaverse, when it comes to all these emerging technologies. And that, so it's not just reflective of one group or one culture or just a few cultures in humanity, but it's reflective of all of life, so we can all enrich ourselves and begin to move forward. All of these things are important. So I don't do these things to toot my own horn. I'm doing these things to help people, to bring communities together. That is the whole point. I want to lower that gap when it comes to diversity and inclusion and equity, and give people an opportunity. I've had 20 years working in corporate America and working with a lot of different entities, doing a lot of different things in information technologies, and be able to improve the delivery of healthcare, not only in my own community, but in the national community as a whole by talking to very enriching people. I have a world-renowned podcast. And why do I have that? It wouldn't be world-renowned if I'm just talking by myself. I'm talking to individuals just like yourself. And I think I've got about 150, maybe 200 different podcasts that I've done. And the whole point of that is to build a library of knowledge and experience for other people. If you want to learn how to be, what's it like in the day in the life of a corporate executive, truly the decisions they need to make, the emotional intelligence they need to have to be able to do the things that they do and be successful, listen to some of the podcasts that I've had. That's what the knowledge is there for. These things are not just one and done. They live on. So you can constantly be able to engage with good knowledge, good information, wisdom from so many different people in the areas that you may be interested. I would say if you're interested in personal branding, got you covered. Got a lot. Probably got, 30, 40 episodes on that you'll learn about these things. So you have a better understanding of what I'm talking about. If you want to learn about career development, business development, financial empowerment, technology innovation, how to exude executive presence, all of these things are there for you to learn on your own and then engage and be more successful in what your endeavors are and as you move forward. And that's for the generations to come. I can't wait for my own grandchild who's only 2 years old. And I'm like, wow, I wonder what my grandfather was doing. And then I can then look in that information like an encyclopedia that's left there for her, right? Of my voice, of my presence, of all my videos and all the information that are foundational. So the world that she's going to be in 16 years from now, when she's graduating high school, it's not going to be so radically different that all the things that I'm talking about are not relevant, because a lot of things are foundational as far as the human experience in a technological society and what that's going to really look like. So I'm telling her about the foundations of it, what it looks like, and how she's going to be able to take advantage of it as she moves forward. So look into your own worlds. Look at what you really want to do. What are your real goals? What is the time that you have on this planet when nobody really knows, and what you want to accomplish with that time? And can you get there by yourself? Can you get there with the individuals that you're associated with on a daily basis? Can you get there on the information that you're consuming on a hourly, daily, weekly, monthly basis? And if the answer is no, that means you need to change. You need to change your environment. You need to change your association. You need to change the information that you're consuming. I would figure if you're starting to listen to the Black Business Network, you're starting to understand that I need to take initiative to get better information, better knowledge, better wisdom that's been afforded to me, either through education, through school, through the media. I need to take ownership of that and seek out the information that I truly need to be successful. And that's what I want all of you to understand. I said this earlier in the week. I'll say it again. If you've got this in the palm of your hand, you have the world's intelligence at your disposal. But what are you accessing with your devices? What are you accessing on your PC? What are you accessing on your tablet? What are you accessing on your television? And is that information really helping you? Because if it's helping you, well, by all means, continue to do that. But if it's not, if it's just wasting your time, and time you can't waste, the most important thing you have on this planet is time. I can always get more money, but I can't get more time. Time is very, very valuable. So I encourage all of you to really take a look at how you're spending your time and the information that you're consuming, the knowledge that you're gaining, and are you getting wisdom out of it to prepare yourself to move forward? And if you're in business, you certainly need to do that. You have to do that. If you listen to anybody who has had success, they will tell you that they study things. They study, and they get more information from other people to help them to understand where they need to go next in their endeavor. So I encourage all of you to continue to do that as well. So I want to thank you again for listening to me at this particular juncture. But the whole point of this is the Black Business Expo's mission, which is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. And you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That's $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for October 2023. That's NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rocher Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Incorporated, Genius is Common, 5-Star BDM, Earth Essentials, Milani Shani Global, Hello LLC, First Atlantic Insurance Group, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common. And I really thank you for being your moderator this morning, and I'll see you on the other side.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they can understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bust by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too. Because genius is common.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.